And we're back. Part 2. Reptile's ending. Alright, let's see. Alright, do I have... Let's open the hex editor. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to make sure we get our images in there. So that's going to be first thing. And thought about this a couple different ways. Let's see. Let's get our image here. So I'm almost positive that this, if we do this in the old sprite format, it would work fine for MAME, but I'm not sure about hardware. 98 by 130. Alright, so a thing to consider when doing that is if we do the original method, we might have to compress the image like they got it, because there are, let me switch screens, because, let's see, the way they do it is, I explained this yesterday, but I'm going to go back through it just so you know what I'm talking about. Let's see, array, I thought I had something a little more specific, but that'll probably work. Alright, so let's do Johnny Cage. So we'll go to Johnny Cage's here. Actually, no, we'll do Kano. Kano's ID 1. So we'll do FFB9, C350. I thought I had his laid out a little bit better than that. Let's go to the next one. Let's do Raiden. So FFC2, 2CAO. I thought I had one of these defined. Did I do that in the, let's see, this one? No, there's no bookmarks there. Here it is, story for Kano. Which is weird. Let's see, 62, 81. Oh, okay, it must be story 2. Alright, so the way they have it here is, let me minimize this a little bit. We have, probably get rid of this. We have our attributes here, width, height, and I can't recall what that is. It's a flag for something, and then palette count. But then after that, we have, I want to say, about 17 bytes. Image header, and I think this pretty much tells us what to expect for the following pixel data. So if we were to do it in this same manner that they've got for the rest of them, we have to make sure that the image is of the same same compression or bits per pixel, the bit depth, stuff like that. Because I don't have this header completely defined. Let's see what I do got. I do have, let's see what I got. Do have some stuff. Let's see, was it an MK3? I think it was the images. So this is where I stored a lot of the stuff when I took the storyboard images from MK3 and put it in the UMK3 Plus. And here's some notes on it. Okay, so it's 25 bytes. That's what it is. And it stores it in the RAM here. There's various different headers that I was comparing between the different images. Here's the MK3 one, Raiden intro, Khan in the chair, and so on. So some of these slightly vary, and I don't know the full definition of this image header that is being used. So that's something I'm going to have to figure out if we're going to do the same method to show Reptile's ending pictures. But I'm kind of curious as if we can't just draw it in as a normal sprite header and try that out. Just going over my notes here, trying to refresh myself. This is just the draw routine. It's going to draw the images. Okay. All right, so let's see how it shows in MAME. What I got to do is get the birthday boys here. Happy birthday, Michael and Ryan. I got to get them a copy of this so they can start testing on the machines. So that'll tell us if this sprite header method will work, or if we got to go with the large static routine that I have to figure out that the static header, the full definition of it is. All right, so first things first, if we were to try the easier method, let's go into let's go in here and grab this image here. This is going to be 8-bit for the pixel depth, which brings me to another thought I had. Back in YUnit, they had the graphics laid out on the graphic ROMs in 8 bits per pixel. So if they do that for the large images on that game, on the YUnit, I can probably extract that image header that's used and use that to display my new images in 8 bits per pixel as well. Just an idea. That's probably what we'll do. So let's see. If I have YUnit over here. Okay. I do have a YUnit. There we go. There's a YUnit with a bunch of bookmarks. See, this project originally started off as a YUnit because that's what I had in my arcade game. I bought it, and I think it had revision 1.0 in it. It didn't even have Reptile. It was the first revision, probably released on a large scale. Alright, so here we go. I've already got some images here. So let's do this. Let's take some of this. Let's compare some of these to see if there's any difference within the sprite header. We can do not the bio. Let's see. We can do the title screen. So let's do that. Here we go. Title screen. Right, so we're gonna have 25 bytes after the 4 pallets. So let's see here. There's 1 pallet. There's 2 pallet. There is I'm missing 1 here. Okay, there's 3 pallets. And the last one. There's the last pallet, and we are going to stop right there at F, I believe. So let's split this and go back to, what was that, Story Kano? That was, there we go. So if we do 25 bytes. We'll just mark that. Alright, so let me open up Notepad real fast. We'll do some comparison here. Alright, so that's the one from T unit. We've got on screen right there. And let's go to Y unit. Title screen, and let's find. See if there's any difference here. I'm assuming there's. Oh, you know what? That's not the full 25 bytes, but 1F. Alright, so let's try this again here. We've got. It looks to be the exact same. So next, let's try to find those graphics. Let's take a look at them, see if we can tell just by looking at them if they're compressed or. Alright, so we have 40, was that 64 colors per section, and right there we can tell that first byte D9, that's obviously higher than 64, so it's not going to be 8 bits per pixel there, and it's probably going to be the same over here. D9 3F 9F, D9 39 9F. Okay, so it's the exact same. So fortunately that didn't work out the way we wanted it to, but this is on the ROM side too. If we go to do I have Y unit graphics over here? Graphics Y units all. Okay, here we go. So you can see this is 8-bit. It's let me switch the Indian around. You can tell it's uncompressed. You've got a lot of zeros in here. I think these here are actually Goro's eyes. I used the Y unit graphics to extract the eyes for Goro's lair. I put in MK2. All right. Let's see. What's up, Drew? Khan's Cave looking good, man. I saw that video. I'm digging it. As soon as I saw the title of the video, I was thinking, man, we should probably get the glowing aura underneath the MK um, logo, and then watched it in its entirety, and I saw it. It's looking pretty good. What's up, Tyrone? Tried to get a little earlier on the stream just for you, Tyrone, because I know it's probably about a quarter after 11 your time. So, all right. So let's see, where are we? Image header's the same. Image data is the same. Um, and it's stored on ROM, so it might be a little different storing stuff on ROM the way they did graphics on YUnit as opposed to storing them on the graphics ROMs. YUnit. I was hoping they were 8 bits per pixel. That'd have been a lot easier to use that image header for that large image. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. All right, so we have 64 colors. Let's see here. 64 colors, that's what we want. I'm not sure how they're going to split up the tile. It's something I should know about these games is the maximum uh, sprite size. I should know that, but I don't for some reason. I guess I never really compared or paid much attention to the largest one. Let's see, who's got this one? See all the zeros in here? It's a lot of space that. Here's our palette here. Pretty much what this tells us is the pixel. The first pixel, which is always going to be top left, and then it goes right, left to right, top to bottom. It's going to be color 1, color 1, color 1, and so on and so on. So. Thinking about this the other day, and the image program that I use sometimes is called ProMotion. It's really good for sprites and such. And it allows me to change bit depth on any color, any channel. Trying to recall. What was the problem with using this? I think it was exporting it. Let's see, into 264 colors, PNG. There we go. It's a nice image, Tyrone. I like it. It's unique but original. If that makes any sense. So you see we changed the pixel depth, or the bit depth to 7. It's not really no visual difference. It's going to save a lot of data. I think, let's see. trying to recall what I used last time as far as image format, because what I end up doing, if I remember correctly, is I changed the bit depth, and then I had to open up the actual file in text editor and just take out the data. Let's see what this is. All right. Very nice built-in stuff for this text editor. Comment file types and stuff like that. This is probably our all right. Probably have some kind of method to, because we have right now the tool we got from Abystus does 8 bits per pixel, and it'd be nice to have something that compressed it, or maybe use 7 bits. There's also some 6 bits used as well. So let's stick with that, and then we'll see if we can get that to work. Oh, okay. 8555. Alright, so that's going to be our image data. We'll just go over here and kind of want to run this from let's see, run this from ROM just so I don't have to do a bunch of graphic stuff with the graphic ROMs yet. I had a macro for this here. 32-bit away. Swap. I guess I didn't have a macro. Alright, let's make one then. Let's make one. We'll check. See swap bytes. Okay, we can do that. Let's see. So we've got. Okay, I'll just record one. I thought I had one, but apparently I don't. Try that again. Let's see. So this is. That should be good. Wish I knew how many. Yeah, okay. Quite a bit of data here. The scroll bar at the bottom just. Doo-doo-doo. That seems like a lot, is it? Yeah. I'm worried this is not going to work the way we want it to work. Because at this point, we've never put any custom large images in the game. They've just been sprites. Just normal size sprite, so this is something new. And yeah, this is quite a bit of data here. I'm gonna guess that this method is not gonna work just because of the size of it. Okay, so that's all of that. And if we were to put that into alright, so there is oh, that doesn't look right, does it? Oh, it's just wrapping. Okay. Two, 3, 2. So large that it doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. And we got here OE1. And we got O40. You put this up so I can see. What's up, Mariano? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's not. You're not missing anything, Drew. All right. So let's see. We can. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of data. Look at that thing. It's. I definitely don't think that's gonna work for the standard style of But if we were, we would have to go in and let's see what was we'll just put the pallets thing here as well. We will go in here, copy all, and I believe these need to be reversed as well, if I remember correctly. Yep. Okay. So, and that is what? How many are there? 64. Yeah, 64. So we have 65 that need reversed. So we'll do. I got one in here for a pallet. I know I do. Swap bytes, pallets. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it should be 65 times. And there's our pallet. And then also we need, does it have our image size? Okay, 61 by 82. And I think we're going 8,000 there for the draw attribute. Seems to be the generic one that works on 8 bits, 8-bit pixel dip. Negative budget coin hunter. And I kind of was wondering about this reptile ending as well, if he should even have one. If anything, it might be a learning process or a learning opportunity for the large image stuff that we can play around with and get into the game. So let's see, if they were to split these, like say for instance, this is the main title screen. 18C by FC is the size, and they split this up between 4 pallets. How would you think to do that? Just coordinates, or quadrants, I should say? So I'm almost sure we're going to have to do it in that format. So we're going to have to learn a little bit more about that. About these 25 bytes. Almost all of them have. Let's see, let me pull that back up here. Only a few differences between the compared 6 images. I did a comparison. This is Scorpions versus screen in MK2. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The 14th byte, there's a little difference here. You get 90. This is 0. That one's 0. This one's 90. Looks to be 1F. I'm sorry, that's 90 as well, and 90. So there's very minor differences in between almost all of them, and have the same image header. One's 90 and one's 0. Yeah. So yeah, we definitely have to figure out the that image header there if we want to get this in the game. Our large images. All right. Yeah, and I talked a little bit about the MK2 secret character endings yesterday, but it might have been on the part of the stream that I actually wasn't streaming, but I thought I was streaming. I forgot to hit the record button, but my thoughts on the endings, and this kind of applies to Reptile as well, is I mean, they can kind of be written in a number of different ways. So I left them without endings, just so people could use their imagination. They could end however they felt like they would end. Because I started to write the stories for the MK2 secret characters, and feedback was kind of back and forth, and some people they have their own ideas on what they thought would happen or should happen or did happen, and at that point I'm like, I'm just gonna omit any endings for the secret characters just for that reason. Alright, so let's do this. Let's save that. Let me get you guys back on the main screen. There you go. And what let's see, so I'm kind of at a crossroads here with the Reptile ending. I gotta do some more research on that sprite header. So it's going to be something that's probably going to be an off-stream kind of deal, because you guys obviously are not going to want to watch me do nothing and kind of mumble to myself about what I'm finding out. So let's do something that's going to be a little more productive. Let's go back over and let's save this first of all. We'll just put a little note in here. If I can type today, not complete. So we'll close that Reptile ending for now. And let's go back and do our ladder randomizer, because that was a little more in depth than I anticipated, because there seems to be a lot more arrays associated with it than I anticipated. What's up, Tentry? How you doing? Yeah, I understand what you're saying, budget. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard to do that. Because the initial way I did it was I took already existing images and I just repaleted them, which is a lot simpler rather than just embedding a totally new image for the character, and that's kind of at the crossroads or at the point we're at now with doing the reptile ending for MK1 is if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do custom graphics, and what's gonna need to happen is I'm gonna have to learn how they do the large images because we can't just put it in as a simple sprite because it's a little bigger than that. So that's something I'm gonna work offline and figure out and then come back to that. Not a big deal. We'll figure it out. Always do. Always do. Where are we at? Where are we at? 9? No, that's game ending. I mean, well, an option for the endings is not. I don't think it's ideal because it's not a big problem, for endings wise. I mean, if they're gonna have endings, they're probably gonna be on without an option. I feel, anyways, and an option for that is kind of like a waste of space in CMOS to store it. I mean, that's just how I feel about it. If I'd much rather use that CMOS option for something um, that would be a little better. Yep, I get your budget. It does, you know. It's what I'm here to do, I guess. Make the game complete. Complete the Mortal Kombat games. All right, so let's go in. Let's rebuild this because I think the build I'm running now has some on the fly patches, and I wanna get up the current speed. I know this one's gonna crash, because I think I got some work done to the random ladder stuff, but it's in a state of incomplete. So we gotta first figure out what that problem is, and then we'll fix and finish our ladder randomizer. Let's see. I'm down a monitor. I only got 3 monitors at the moment, so I'm going back and forth here. Thinking about a new monitor in the future with the PC build because this old 4 core does okay for this type of stuff, but if I ever play anything intense as far as gaming wise, it seems to be choked out by the computer itself. All right, first off, let's go in here and let's turn off our randomizer. So much more cool stuff I want to do. I want to get past this, so I got to get this done. I want to put more stuff in the game. I got a bunch of ideas with this game. Um, First, we got to get these small things done. All right, so right now we're gonna get. It should crash right now because it's in a state. Yeah, there's our crash. So there's our state saved. Let's go in here and I want to say it's gonna be. I think it's when it's calculating the endurance opponents, I believe. we're at 2BAO, and calculate endurance opponents. Yeah, it's just jumping. We're just looping right here. So what we have to do is, let's see. I'm gonna jump back to 2BDO. It was at 3370, I believe. Is that right? Yep. So if we're going to have our, oops, wrong window. If we're going to have our option off, we should slide our character ID, which should be in BO, and we should jump back to that's not going to execute right either, because that would be a bad value. Let me go over here and see what the original value was here. So we at here, we got FFCB 2B90 is where we're at. Oh, that's why. Okay, because we're forgetting. That's what we're doing. We're forgetting. So we have to go to let me do this so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Where are we at? Factory Vision 5.0. Okay, so we're gonna go over here and that's our data there, and it's gonna add an array, which is and that array is at FFCB 35BO. And let's go over here. I'm pretty sure I got that. That is endurance matches. Yep. So these are character indexed. Okay. So that is exactly what we want, because that's going to be the static. If ladder randomizer is turned off, we got the wrong routine right there. Let me go back up. There we go. All right, so for BO, let's see, slide. Make sure my bits are right. Okay, so 24 BO, and then array, was it endurance matches into BO? Will be 30, 35 BO, FFCB. Okay, yeah, that's the exact bytes. So that's gonna fix that problem. So we've got that. Let's go ahead and build that. And we'll go back into it. All right, there's the first part. Let's make sure my hooks are good. Let's see, 3220. 3220. Let me check this last hook here. Let's see, 3370. 3370. That is all good. Okay, so that looks good. Oh, let me catch up on the chat here. Shoot. Ball survival mode. Yeah, that would be fun. Um, one play chop, two play chop. Well, I mean, I thought it would be kind of cool for another game mode would be like just chops. Just you're chopping all different types of material, not just the five that are already in the game, but maybe we add 5 or 10 more different types of materials to chop. Maybe it's like a two-player mode. You can verse somebody, and whoever gets more points during all the materials, they would win. Like say for instance, if you guys both chop your material, but one player was faster than the other, that player would obviously get more points. And then you'd go through all the materials and see who gains the most points. I don't know. It sounds a little. Yeah, before my headset died. It sounds a little silly, but I think it would be fun. Wouldn't take much, I think, to do. All right, let's run this new build and make sure that we don't crash with randomizer turned off now. Got to get back to a stable state, and then we can start working on it. At one point, I kind of felt like I was in a whirlwind with this ladder randomizer, just because all these arrays started coming out that I wasn't aware of, and take a little step back. See, randomizer is off. Okay. But if there was say there was like a classic arcade game that wasn't too much to do, uh, would you guys like to see something like that in one of these games hidden, like maybe like Galaga or Pac-Man or something like that? I thought about doing that too. It's just pretty much writing a game within a game. Something about that is kind of appealing to me. All right, so let's see what's going on here. We've got a crash still, so let's see if we can figure out. Are we pulling our stack pointer back out of AO? I think that might be a problem. Oh, wait a minute. What am I? Oh, I forgot to fix that problem. I forgot to fix that. We want to jump back to wrong window. Let me fix that wrong window crap because I think it's just my colors are just so bland there that I. All right. So we want to jump back to 2B DO. 2B DO. And that is 2B DO. Y. Oh, you know what? Continue calculate opponent. That's what it is. I got the wrong one. Bet you I do. Yes, that's what it is. Continue calculate. There we go. All right, so. Galaga's always been like a favorite. I think I liked it since uh, my father told me that was one of his favorite games growing up as a kid. And what got me the first time I ever actually played Galaga was, you guys remember the Ridge Racer for the original PlayStation? While it was loading, you would have the Galaga minigame. 3370. I think all my jumps are good. That's where I was first introduced into Galaga. Back in the 95 maybe. Alright, so that's build. Let's run this new one. Oh, Galaga. And I never knew about the Galaga trick either, where you can have your guy off on the right side of the screen. A glitch you can do to, I think, make the enemy stop shooting at you, if I remember correctly. Alright, let's see what happens here. Hopefully we load a ladder. We don't. What is going on now? Let's find out. Alright, let's take a look. Oh, you know what? I said this before and I totally forgot about it. I forgot to return my register from the stack. That should do that. And remember, there's also like a secondary ladder. I'm not totally sure why they used it. I think it's primarily just so you don't fight yourself, because they go through and they have a list of IDs, and there are some IDs that are missing. And it seems like on every secondary ladder, it's just one character. Like say if you were Johnny Cage, that ladder would start off as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it would just have 0 omitted because that's just Johnny Cage's character ID. Alright, let me paste this in around 30, 3610. Okay. And 3370, we're still good on the hooks, so we will build this a third time, and hopefully, third time is the charm for this. Becoming a little bit of a nuisance. Yep, Ridge Racer and Tekken 1. Well, Mirror Match is dictated by, let's see, is by 8 right here. You can see I got it. That's how they know if it's a mirror match. If it's 8, okay, we'll put the same ID that you have in that position on the ladder. And that's how they do that. Alright, let's see if we, there we go. It's a cage-a-thon apparently. We're just caging. Okay. They all really cages. Let's find out. Does anybody know Kano's fatality? I thought it was like back forward low punch. Apparently I'm wrong. I thought about you, Cesar, when I said that. Forward, back, down, forward. So forward, back, down. Forward. Okay. Thank you, guys. Yep, forward, back, down, forward, low punch. That is. Oh well. Okay, so we're not crashing. That's a good thing. Let's see. So that part's good. Ladder randomizer. Go through here. I've got 3 different routines that are hooked in here, so we're just gonna go through the other 2 real fast just to see. Just to see where we're making all these cages. That's not what I want. Let's do deep clear and let's see. Alright, so this is the first one of the 3. We just fixed the third one. The third one's good, so we're just going to go through these 2 routines here. Make sure we're all good. So let's see. We are randomizing a number. I think that's the original stuff. Original ladders, yeah. So it's going to get a random ladder, and they're only, let's see, I'll show you the static ladders here. Let's see. Go back through this code here. It's going to randomize 0 through 3. And there's our location for our random ladders. Our static ladders. I'll show you. We got FF CB 2C60. So here's 0, 1, 2, 3. That's why I like the randomizer option in the game, because what it's going to do, it's going to randomize your opponents on the ladder. They're not going to be static. Because if you've played the game enough, like most of us have, obviously you like it that much, you're here watching me play around and hack it, then you're accustomed to what the ladders are like, and the lineup's almost always the same, depending on the character you pick. So this is going to randomize all your opponents besides the mirror match, and obviously Goro and Shang Tsung. So what it's going to do is going to randomize the number between 0 and 3, and the number is going to dictate which ladder we're going to use. So if we were to take this first one and we go to FFCB2CEO, it's going to put us right here. And this is one of the ladders. And the other three follow it right underneath it. So, and the ladder data is pretty much just character ID. So you have 0, 1, 2, and then F dictates it's going to be a test your might. 3, 4, 5, F, and then 8 is a mirror match. 10, 11, endurance. F is another test your might. 12, endurance. 6, Goro. 7, Shangsung. Now there's a second type of ladder as well, and it's this one right here. Like this is the array, I believe. It's character index based, so this will be Cage, this will be Kano, this will be Raiden, this will be Liu Kang, this will be Scorpion, this will be Sub-Zero, and this will be Sonya's. And they pretty much point to a list of character IDs. So for example, for Cage's, we have his fight. He's going to fight character 1, which is Kano, then Raiden, Scorpion. I'm sorry, Liu Kang, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Sonya, and so on. And then at the end, they have his character ID. So it's kind of weird the way they're doing it. They could have done it a lot easier. Yeah, that's just the way they're doing it. And they do the same method for the endurance matches as well. So they have a separate table laid out with character IDs, so it doesn't make an endurance match, or you don't get an endurance match with your character, so you won't have an endurance with the mirrored character as well. Alright, so back to, let's go through those 2 routines and see what we need to fix on this. So this is getting our static ladder. I'm just going to move it into RAM. It's going to check our fight position on the ladder, and then it's going to get the character ID from that position and that fight ladder. And it's going to check for test your might. It's going to check for the end of the ladder. It's going to check for an endurance match. And if all else passes or doesn't equal, then we're going to do this routine I got called Tower Get Next Opponent ID, which is kind of confusing because we've already got an ID right here, which was a calculation of our fight ladder position and our fight ladder. So this goes to like the sub, I want to call it like maybe like a sub ladder. And I think this is the one I was telling you about that makes sure that you don't have a duplicate. Let's see. And this is how I get next. Let's see, I've got this in here too. Only 270. No, I don't have that in here. What is that? FF82 3220? Yeah, it's got to be in here. Yeah, get ladder opponent. Okay, that's this one, FFCB2ACO. Okay, so this is the second routine. We're going right into the second routine. So the first one looks good. Second one, let's take a look. Okay, so we're pushing A2 into the stack. Options off. Oh, I see. We don't retrieve it, do we? We sure don't. So that's a problem. We gotta move that back from the stack over. Even though it doesn't make a difference, just for the fact that A7 is going to overwrite A2, we still have to realign the stack pointer. I don't know why it doesn't crash. Maybe we got lucky, but... What's up, Artine? The reverse lightning? Yeah, I've been asked about that for Raiden as well. I don't know, maybe. It could be, we definitely have to spruce up all the other characters because as of right now, Sub-Zero's got um, the ice clone deal. Scorpion's got the forward teleport, which he can also do in the air. I plan on giving Raiden an aerial torpedo as Superman. Maybe he can have the backwards lightning, I guess, if you want to do maybe options for extra moves as well. The problem I'm having is what can we do for like Liu Kang? What can we do for Sonya? Kano, Johnny Cage. It's like we gotta. I want to try to balance it a lot more than what I did with MK2 because MK2 it seemed like the ninjas were like heavy with additions and not so much the other characters. Which that's probably something else I want to touch on when I get back to MK2 Plus as well. Yeah, I want to see that flip kick. I think I saw one sprite, but I mean, is there any other, or is it just that one sprite? Um, I'd like to see more if there's more out there, but I only recall seeing the one sprite where he's like in the middle of the flip kick. Hello, is it? Did I pronounce that right? I'm good, man. How are you doing? Mariano says, please don't give Sub-Zero air freeze. Well, I don't think he's gonna get air freeze just because he's got an ice clone, which turned out it started as just like a simple project just to see, hey, can I make this move myself? And then it kind of turned into, hey, it's kind of cool. Let's probably keep it. Ice Ball does not currently do chip damage on blocking, if I recall. Oh, look at that. We do return. We do return our stack, our value from the stack pointer. Okay. Yeah, Paolo. The custom images for Reptile ending is more research is needed for that, so that's something I decided just to do off stream because it'd be kind of boring and a waste of time for you guys to watch me try to learn more about. the routine used to display those large images, because it's a little different than the sprite routine. What's up, Nicholas? Alright, so it actually is, back to the debugger, it actually is restoring our stack pointer there. So it must, let's see, those must have been replicated bytes that I took over. Okay. So if AO is Johnny Cage now, let's say AO equals, I don't know, 5. Let's see what that turns out to be. It looked like it was Sub-Zero up at the endurance match. Okay. Alright, so tower get next opponent ID is where we have all Johnny Cages coming in. So we're moving A2 to our stack pointer, that's replicated bytes. Oh, that's why, okay. That's why. We're totally overriding our A0. Let's see. So what we want to do is we want to move. We're going to change this to move A2 to stack pointer. We're going to do move memory. We're going to do AO A2. And SP. Let's see. Wow, it's been a while since I've done that code. AO A2. 1. No. What is that? What is that? Stack pointer. Wow. Let me go over here and check it. Find root to memory. Oh, I'm missing my comma. That's what it is. Here we go. So pretty much what this is going to do is going to move our data values from these registers onto the stack pointer. You know what? I don't want to do it that way, just for the fact that the order that they were pushed to the stack, they need to come off in reverse order. And if I do it like this and take this out, not sure it's going to be displayed correctly if we do this. We take AO out right here, because we're hitting a return right here. So I think the best thing, probably the safe bet, would probably be, let's do 2 of those. Let's do AO into the stack pointer. So the order is important. So we'll do A2 and then A0, and then once we return, we'll take A0 out from here. All right, if you find those sprites, just give me a link. I'll check them out. It'd be a nice candidate for Cage's extra move, an anti-air. I'm gonna say that the inputs should probably be more towards the aggressive side, like maybe a forward, like forward down forward kick. That way you can't just spam the anti-air move by holding backwards and letting people jump into you, and you still have the advantage for the inputs at that point. Alright, so that should fix that, and we have to update one hook because we obviously have data that's been pushed down. I feel like I'm getting back on the right track now. Sorry about yesterday's stream. It was a whole 15 minutes after the hour and a half that I thought I was recording. Alright, so 3220. I think this was going to be alright, but we'll double check it. Double check our two hooks, and yep, 3220 is good, and this is going to be the one that's changed. And currently 3370. I need 33 CO, and that's saved. So let's go ahead and build this and make sure that our ladders are being built like they should be. Yeah, so that would be a good candidate for Johnny Cage's move. We still need something for Sonya. That's going to be a hard one for Sonya. You know what I also thought about while we're on the Cage subject is those sprites that you were making Tyrone. We can make Johnny Cage do the his split punch against Sonya and also against himself. That would be a nice addition to the game. Feels like it's incomplete right now. Alright, let's check our ladders. Uh-oh, that's no good. Let's see what we did wrong here. Let's see what we did wrong. I'm going to say... Let's double check here. Oh, you know what? Why did I do it that way anyways? I don't have to do it that way. Don't have to do it that way. We can always restore our register after we call that routine because it has no bearing on the flag being set right here. But let's go through this and see what the actual problem is. I don't think that's going to be the problem. There's AO, there's A2. Okay, there's our opponent, so that's good. So that seems to be good. Let's see, what could be... Let's breakpoint this one. Let's go into that bottom one just to be safe. I mean, I've had instances where, you know, you can overflow the stack pointer, so hopefully that's not the case here. Let's see. Alright, so it goes twice. Okay, the second time is our failure here. So let's see what's going on. Oh, see, stack pointer misaligned. That's our problem. That is our problem. So I think I might have fixed that already. Let's go back and double check here. Alright, so before we had this, and we're just going to pop that back out after we check our option, which I don't know why I didn't do that to begin with, because on the other routines, actually this should be changed here. This should be moved here before we branch. That way we don't have any problems. Check our other code just to make sure. And we can take this out because we don't need that, because restoring it there. I want to say this should not be, that should not do that right there, because I think it comes down the line. So let's comment that out, and it should be good. Should be good. Give him a faster horizontal air-based jumping kick with the shadows. Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of like, you know, like his elbow, I guess. You can think about that from MK2. Not a bad idea. His flip kick, if, you know, if we put that in there, I think it would be cool with the shadow effect. So we can do that. Let's see, I'm just double checking my jumps here. Let's see, 33 CO, 3380. And we have 3220. We're still good there. So let's build it and see what we got. Okay, we look good now. Look good. We're back on track. Back on track. All right. If you guys didn't notice, no, we're talking about Johnny Cage and whatnot. I'll show you a few of the fixes I did last time. It was this jump punch because it was so off. I would jump about, was it 30 pixels or so forward? Now it's nice and smooth. I also fixed where the walking animations, especially noticeable on the ninjas. Like if you were to just walk backwards with a ninja, you would have a big stutter. Like it would be mid animation frame that would just pop up. See if I can't somehow show you. But it's a lot smoother. It's night and day difference. Much better. Alright, now that we got that straightened out, we're on the right track, let's go back and turn our randomizer on. And let's straighten out these randomized ladders, shall we? Yeah, the first thing I notice with the randomizer is the character select screen. You're going to have the layout in a totally random order. Alright, so we see our first problem with that. Let's see where we took a wrong turn. Probably at Albuquerque. You guys probably know about that old cartoon. Let's see, 28,800. Okay. Check our option. Our option is good. Let's see. I'm gonna say this is probably good. Let's go to the next routine. Could be wrong, but it would be a lot faster moving to this one because there's not much to it. Tower, get next one. So let's go through here. The A2, an AO. Okay, so it's grabbing an ID. It's an A0. Oh, look at that. There's our problem right there. Totally off the map there. Let's go see. So, you know, the more I think about this, I think this second routine is kind of redundant because it can use the original ones. It's pretty much just, I think this is that routine that grabs a set of character IDs just to make sure we don't fight ourselves. But it may become relevant if we were to add Reptile or any other player to the list, so it's something that we probably will be doing. Alright, so the problem we have here is we're not correcting our stack here before we pop out of here. If we were to return here, we'd have to go with move memory SP A2 because we're hitting a return right here. So we don't have to do it down here because what happens is we're jumping back, we're not returning. So it has nothing to do with our stack pointer. And this A2 gets restored after that jump. So that should fix that problem. Why would I want to do that, Tyrone? I've got a totally random option for you to do. we can't get into that type of stuff. Nope. Can't do an option either. This won't work. Got to keep some originality there. You know, you gotta remember, gotta be kind of in a sense stay true to the game. If you make, like, one of the things I'd like to do is keep it as original as possible with options, but you have to be have to be kind of, I guess, practical with the options. I mean, you don't really want an option in a test menu for swap portraits of Scorpion and Sub-Zero on the character select screen. That's like a waste of an option because you only have so many options that you can use in CMOS. It's only so big. Your question is why does random ladder change? Well, the option is called Randomizer budget. Randomizer is widespread, so it will randomize various things in the game, um, including the character select screen, the ladder screen, um, and there's going to be more stuff to that as well. So it's kind of like a one big option rather than have a bunch of little bitty options that seem kind of drawn out and kind of a waste of CMOS area. I felt that doing a randomizer option would be a pretty broad option to go across everything of that same nature. Hope that makes sense. Because like I said, we only have so many options, so much space in CMOS, so our options are limited for as what I can put there. For instance, this is our options here, and as you can see here, this would be option 0, and all these are candidates for options, but you can only do one option, to be kind of simple about it. You can only do one option per line, and as you see in the RAM here, and then you run into the revision name here, so you can't go any further than that. I mean, I can probably relocate that a little bit further if I wanted to, but I've already extended it down to improve the options, the size of CMOS options. But there's only so much room you can work with anyways, and MAME doesn't show that. MAME will show you, a ton of data, but it's not there. I've learned that lesson with working with UMK3 on the Wolf unit with the CMOS. I think it's, what is it, U65 maybe, the CMOS chip. Because some Wolf units had a much larger CMOS chip, which stored a lot more data. I think it was 8 times more data, if I remember correctly. And those boards were in a NHL Open Ice and NBA Hang Time. And the reason those were like that is because of the creative player stuff. It had so many options for storing records and stuff like that. So you only have so much space, and you really don't know through MAME because MAME doesn't show you the whole picture. All right, so let's see, where are we? We were up in our stack there, and we are rebuilding. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Rebuilding and re-evaluating our situation. Alright, so let's do our hooks. 3220, 33 AO. 3220 is still good. 33 AO needs to be updated, so that's good. Budget, can you explain? I'm trying to recall. Letter change. Oh, it's, yeah, you know what, I don't know if I'll change that in MK2, but I see your point, if, that's got it. It feels like as the more I do these games, the more I kind of, I guess, improve in. Hold on, let me say this here. And kind of polish it overall, and it gets the routines and things together. It seems that I get a little bit better with it as far as keeping things together, and I feel like the randomizer option was kind of a good thing to compile and put all in one option. Now, if I were to do it again in MK2, I probably would have done the same thing I just did with MK1 and keep it as one option. So, I mean, I could go back and lump it together, but I mean, it seems like unnecessary work at this point. We'll see. I mean, there's lots more stuff I still want to do with MK2. All right, so our randomizer's on. And we have a problem, Houston. Let's first take a look at the one we just did. Let's make sure that's good. Alright, so we're going to jump down here, move A2, move A0, get A0 back, 2 into A0. Oh, wait a minute. A2 looked a little strange here. Let's go back. No, A2's right, okay. Okay, so that seems okay. So let's move on to the next routine. Let's do... Oh, we didn't make it. Okay, so it's got to be in that main one. I was hoping not because that was a little bit of a longer one, but we'll check it out. Alright, so let's see, 30 options. Up to original letters, let's see what this move for an AO. Okay, just want to make sure my AO was fine as far as my register. Alright, so let's bust out a RAM window because we will be... Let's play it real fast. And if you play it real fast, you can see our ladder has been built. We have 5, 4, 5. Endurance, I'm sorry, test your might. 0, 3, 1, test your might. 10. Oh, I see. Wait, 30. I think that's probably it. Alright, so let's put a breakpoint at the bottom here. I want to say it's crashing because we have our endurance matches set up as so, 30. And the way I was going to do this was originally endurance matches were IDs 10, 11, 12, and 13, maybe 14. But my logic behind this is we're going to use 10, 30, and 50. And those are just going to be values that are just going to be added to the location of our current ID and RAM that we want to get, and we just add it to it, and then we get the result at that address. Seems simple. I think it's flaking out because it's trying to get like portraits and names for these IDs that don't exist. Abdul, I have not. I mean, I know quite a bit about the sound files, um, but um, not enough to put in new sounds yet. We're working on it. As a matter of fact, we're getting a little closer. Doc Wallace has been doing a lot of work on the sound side. He knows quite a bit about the soundboards used in MK1, um, and he's actually got a program that will read and play the sounds from MK1 presently. So right now we're looking at importing custom sounds. One of those sounds being Reptile when you select them. So hopefully in the future we'll have something on that. Sprites aren't. I know this is the way this game stores sprites is you really can't extract them that easily. Um, because all the sprite data is just compiled into the graphics ROMs, and there's no headers on the graphic ROMs. All the headers reside on the program ROMs. So you'd have to have a sprite header, which would tell you the width, the height, offsets, the graphic location, which reside on the graphic ROMs, the draw attribute, because the TMS CPU, GPU can draw sprites in a ton of different ways, and the draw attribute tells it whether it's 1-bit, 2-bit, 4-bit, 8-bit, 7-bit, 6-bit, all that stuff. It's all resides in that attribute, and then the palette data is last in that sprite header. So there's nothing in the graphic ROMs that will tell you when an image starts or where it ends. So it's just raw data, which is pointed to from the program ROM. And I actually did something like that into, let's see here. Do I still have it up here? I don't know if I still have it in here. No, I think this is public beta. So I had something I made in UMK3. It was an image. It would take data. You would plug in a sprite header manually, and it would take all that data and try to extract and display an image on the screen. Just time. Just time, Tyrone. That's all it is. That's the problem. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Just time. That's why they didn't do a lot of things. All right, so let's go to get random endurance opponent. Okay, this is where I want to break point here, because after we get done with this this ladder, I'm going to go in here. I'm just going to change these manually because I believe it's just a matter of those endurance IDs being out of range, which is causing the crash for this. Could be wrong. Let's see. 15, 12. 860, gonna move AO into A6, which is player 2. Alright, so let's see. Let's do this. We'll break point there, and then we will state save 9 there. Okay, yep, so that's where we fail. Alright, so let's try to go through here and find out where we're failing. I'm going to assume there's more aspects to the randomization that need to be implemented, as far as I think it's going to be portraits and characters' names and stuff like that. If we go right now and look at make sure we're storing our random ladder. So let's go in and find out where that our ladder is stored. It should be in RAM, so let's go back up. Flight ladder. Okay, so this should be 132. 32, we're good there. Alright, let's go back through and see what's going on here. Check if 1 player or 2 player. And we want to find a way out of here. Let's see. It is alright, so this is probably DBAO. $94.50. Yeah, there probably is some unused sprites in the game, of course. We've got a pretty good method of digging for those. It's not 100%, but we are able to do some searching. If the sprite header's in there, we can definitely find it. If it's not, it's next to impossible. That's kind of how I got Sub-Zero's air freeze. I was able to find it with the help of Abystus. He extracted data which resembled the structure of sprite headers, and then we went through and pretty much one by one, I think, I went through and displayed all those sprites I could on screen, and just looked and tried to see if they were unused sprites. Alright, so this here it's building the ladder screen here. The file ladder position 0, status 1. Okay, he's gonna move his stack pointer 32. So it's gonna get our first ID, which is going to be Raiden. Let's see where it takes a wrong turn here. What's up there, Master? How you doing? Yeah, there's. Well, what game are you talking about, Tyrone? When you're talking about no space for Shang sprites. Alright, I'm back. Fun day at work, huh, Master? Let me tell you my day at work, Master. Are you ready for my day? So, I had 2 weeks off. I had the 22nd, I believe, of December all the way through the 2nd of January. So, a nice, almost 2 weeks. I get back, I have a 23-hour um, motor job on a F-150 EcoBoost. I have a timing chain set to do on a Chevy Cruze. I have a timing set to do on another F-150. Right now I have a cylinder head off of a Pontiac GXP. And I feel like there's another big job that I'm forgetting. But I've had a hectic week since I've got back on Thursday, man. Kind of busy, busy, busy. Yeah, Howard, we talked about the Goro Stone thing as well. It's something I'd like to do too. Alright, back to the debugger here. We're going through our character list here. Our character ID is an A5, and it's going through and it's checking A5, A0, next opponent ID. Random opponent list. A2, slide AO. Doesn't seem right. Yeah, that doesn't seem right at all. This might be why we're getting an error. Yeah, Master. That's what I do for a living. I'm a master mechanic. All right, so let's see. Moving right along. That's good. That's good. Good. Value A4 and A8. Let's make sure that value. Let's check that data value there in A8. I believe that's going to be a string pointer to a name, and that is correct. That's Cage. Okay. It's D8EO, and this is so I'm guessing we're grabbing this F value maybe, and that's why we don't have a name nor a picture, and it's going wonky. Thanks, Master. They usually go pretty good. I'm pretty thorough on them and do a good job. Alright, so that's 5. Let's see. It's 0. That's F. It's going to check for F. If it is F, it's going to increase again. Jump up. It's 3. Okay, so after 3 we have a problem, and I'm going to see why. Okay, so this is the one that's going to crash. I think it's going to be somewhere in here. Tower get next opponent ID. So we're gonna get our ladder location there, 132. We're gonna slide. Looks like, what is that? Liu Kang's ID. Oh, wait a minute. That's. I think that's wrong. Yeah, I think that should be 132.0140. I think I meant to put in. There's my custom RAM here. I think I meant to put in 132.40 random endurance list. No. No. Ah, that is the problem. So, let's see. That is pulling F value from tower get next opponent ID. Okay. I think this is where last time I was like, what's going on? So many calculations for opponents, and it shouldn't be that difficult. No worries. All right. Let's see here. Give me like 1 second here. All right. So our problem here, our crash, is because it looks like, are we using the wrong address? Because right now, what we're pulling is, let me get a ladder here. Pulling a data structure like this, and I really, it's kind of, like I said, they could have done a lot better. I don't know why they did it like this. It still boggles my mind. But what's happening is all these F's in here, all these foxtrots, these are tester mites. And what it's trying to do is trying to create a name and a portrait, like it's doing a character on the ladder. So we have, I think I have a misconception somewhere along the lines of my randomizing, and that's something that probably it should be pulling in that secondary ladder, like where's it at? For instance, right here, this would be Johnny Cage's. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's suddenly starting to make more sense. If you think about it this way, we have a ladder that tells us what's next, and we have a ladder that tells us our opponent list. So the one that I randomize is the one that tells us what's next, and what we need to do is make a list for our opponent list of who we're fighting next. So if we were to do it that way, I would probably go into the main calculation routine that I made to randomize all this, and I would take these numbers here and probably put them in another location as a list, or that's probably the best thing to do. I was gonna say, or we can probably just look for the F, or if it's not like a logical fighter ID, we can go to the next one. But who knows how many times this list might be looked at? So instead of doing one routine, we'll just do it. As a whole thing, and that way we don't have to go back and forth if something else goes wrong. All right, so we have opponent list, and then we have let's see. Do we need 1, 2? We'll call this random ladder list. I think that makes more sense because it pertains to just a ladder, and it's not going to make it's going to be referred to as just for names and portraits when the ladder is created. It's not going to dictate who we're fighting or, you know, what's after this fight. 132 of 200 sounds good. Alright, so we'll do that. Tower get next opponent ID. I think, let's see. Is it FFCB2ACO? That's this one. So get ladder opponent. Alright, excellent. So that is what we're calling here. And this is. Let's rename this. Instead of get ladder opponent, let's name this get ladder. It's more like portrait and name. It just tells me that it's not actually who you're gonna fight. This is just for the creation of the ladder. So what we need here is we need to redirect this. We don't need that. We need CRAN random portrait character IDs. No, what was that? Okay, is it me, or did that section I just typed out just, yeah, it did. It got deleted. I actually pushed Control D. Okay. Alright, so we got CRAM random ladder list. Random ladder list. Okay. Random ladder list. Okay, so we want that in A2. We don't want our opponent list. And the last thing we got to do, I think, is when we make C28AO. Last thing we got to do is write that to the second location. And we can either do that within this loop, or we can just do it statically outside of it. Best thing might be to put it in the loop, just in case we change ladders, like say we extend it or shorten it or something like that. Be the most dynamic way. So if the ladder grows or shrinks, that won't have to be accommodated for. Yeah, I could put the fatality points back on, definitely. I don't know why they would be taken out. It's kind of weird. It's weird how they do stuff like that in the latest revisions. I don't know. It's just. Well, they're going back to what you're talking about, Tyrone, with the Shang Tsung sprites. Is like if you look at the ROM now, Let me pull it up. It was there was very little room on this ROM whatsoever. It was only after I took all the bio pictures, because they had all the images for the biographies of each fighter stored on the program side. It was only after I took all of those that I was able to free up a huge amount of space. So we'll show you. I'll show you. We can get back up here. So this is starting here and down is all the original data. So I'd say there's almost about 40% data that are freed up by moving the bio pictures over to the graphics ROMs. So all this data is free. I mean, there is a ton of room. So, I mean, I don't know why they didn't do that to begin with, because there was enough space. There's definitely enough space on the graphics ROMs to do that. So that's what I did. I moved them over there. All right. So what do we gotta do? We have to. Okay, yeah, we gotta get our ladder list here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and let's see. This is 3250. I'm just looking at the structure for what I have to do here. This should be 3250. It is. Okay, so our structure needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fighters. And the last one seems to always be the ID of our fighter. I don't actually think it makes it that far, just for the fact that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. Kind of want to plug in a test value here just to make sure I'm doing this right. Just to make sure I'm doing it right. So let's do this. Let's go back in here. And where were we at? We were at, okay, right here. So let's pull this up, and it's the wrong one. Let's plug in a location here for the static lists here. I know it's kind of confusing because there's so many lists going on, but FCB 31CO. Alright, so here's our new value. Slide over 48. see, where was that checkpoint? Alright, let's see how this does this, because this is... Alright, so 3. Ah, okay, I think I'm making more sense of it now. See. Alright, alright. Yeah, I've got all that, Abdul. All the sprite information, yeah. Yeah, they interleave it from, depends on the game. UJ12, UG12, 50, U53, or U54, U63. Alright, so let's get F there. Oh, that's right. Okay, okay. Man, oh man, they shouldn't have done it this way. This is, I think I want to write it my own way with randomization on. It just seems like it would be just a ton easier. All right, so let's see. Let's get back on track here. All right, so our problem occurs when we're building our stage of the ladder, and we're getting Fs as character IDs, and they're not expected, so it's outside the index range. And that is because we are pulling values from that area when they should be another one. So say if we do, go back in here real fast. Let's go. Let's go back in here. I want to try one more thing here. And let's do 132.0200. And if we were to, let's say we were to just emulate what we would write here. I'm thinking about writing here. 4 and then 6, 5. 6, 5, and then we have 0, and then next opponent would be 8. Actually, who do we have right now? We have Anal, right? Yeah, so it'd be 0, 2. 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. Okay. So that's kind of like what I would probably replicate, what I would put in there for that list that we're missing. And let's do A0 equals 0 just to get back around here. tower get next opponent ID, we will pull in ladder list, which is going to be a 132, no 200. You want to slide our, okay, so that is getting our slot. Okay, that's going to be the index of it. Oh wow, okay. So, okay. Yes, Howard. There will be a modified MAME unit driver. I will probably make it just like I did with UMK2 or UMK3 Plus. All right, let's see something here. I got an idea. I think I realize what's going on here. So let me get back to the ladder. So this set was created. I think I was misunderstanding what they were making when I did this randomized list. Because this is actually, these are just indexes that it's getting. Let me switch it over to the hex editor. So this is what I created in RAM with the randomizer. I thought I was doing character IDs, then test your mites, but it turns out these are indexes that it's going to get from another array. So the first opponent is actually the first index that we're going to get from the ladder. So that would be 6. So if you look here, for instance, this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would grab this ID. Now, that ID is Goro's, so that right there is going to be a problem. So what I should do is make these static 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on. And our randomization would be down here in the new area that we're going to make. And that definitely coincides with 8 equaling the mirror match because the 8th index is character ID. Okay, so we found out our problem. Now let's fix it. It's going to take quite a bit of change in here because this whole whole routine, this whole loop and routine was created to do the what I thought was randomize character IDs, and then test your might is actually indexes within the character index based ladder, which holds the character IDs. Okay, well, I'm glad I got that straightened out. So let's do this. Let's go. First of all, let's get rid of all this garbage. And I don't know what to do. Good night. My son had to say goodnight. It's bedtime for him. Alright, so let's do this. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do, we can, yeah, static would be easy way to write it. I mean, at this point, there's no plans in increasing or decreasing the ladder size. So let's move with the static one, and then we'll go from there. Or we can do, let's see, okay, let's just do static. So, we'll just rewrite this and, alright, so yeah, this has our test your might option also. Okay, so we can probably just go ahead and so to get another ID, we'll probably just do this whole thing is just going to be completely changed. There's no other. We'll save that. Yeah, okay. All right, so we'll take that area. We'll reuse that and. Okay. And our counter. What's our counter? Clear 5. Okay. We'll use that. And we also need our randomized panel list into A1. And this is just simply going to be move A5 into A1. And we'll move 10. And then what we'll do is see 0, 1, 2. We'll take this chunk of code because this is going to be our counter for our test your might. And I think our counter is, there's our counter. The 1, 2, 3, every 2. Let's call that make ladder index here because that's what we're doing. That's going to be a duplicate, so we have to go down and, oh, we'll do that in a minute. Alright, so we'll need that and put that there. It's going to do that. And we don't want to clear A5 right there. But we do want to, let's see, A11. Let's clear A11 because A11 is going to be our counter. And what we want to do is A11 is going to be our counter, which is also going to be our index. Because every time we loop, we're going to increase our index. And let's go move that. And then we should loop back up. And then let's see, our ender, our loop end is going to be 1, 2. Now let's do it this way. Let's clear A11. E, okay, E is going to be we'll call this done with ladder indexes, and that's going to be move F into AO. The value of A1. Okay, so let's see. What we're doing here is we're going to do 0, 1, 2, 3, and it's going to be test your might, 4, 5, 6, test your might, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8. Okay, at 8 we have to put in our character ID, so 0. Alright, see, I told you, this is crazy the way they did these ladders. It's just crazy. Eight's gonna be 8, okay. Yeah, I've seen some one-up cabinets with some MK Plus in it. It's pretty nice. All right, so we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sweet 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight. Okay. Aha. Okay. All right. So let's see. We're gonna compare to 0, 2, 6. Okay. The runtime is equal at done. Done with ladder indexes. We're also doing another compare the 6. Do, 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 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's what we want. Let's see, we are missing something here. Remove A5 to okay. I'll jump to loop ladder and there we go. And we want let's see. Do mirror match time, that seems pretty easy, and we'll do relate age and AO. Kind of like what we got down below. And we have endurance match times. Okay, let's see here. I watch quite a bit of AVG, and he's a pretty funny dude. Him and Maike, they're both pretty funny. Um, James and Maike. They had a segment called James and Maike Monday I used to watch. All right, so we got 6, 7. And this is I don't know why they did it like this. This is crazy, but all right. So we got mirror match, and then we have endurance. Let's see, we could do. This can be the same statically, just because when it comes time for um, your matches, those are going to be randomized. So we've got 8, 10, 30, and then F. And let's see, 6 and 7. So those are going to be the indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay, yep. And that makes a lot more sense on why they had 6 being moved into the ladder when 6 is normally Sonya's ID. That should have been the clincher. I should have realized that it's not IDs to work with, and then it finally hit me. It's indexes. of a character index array. All right. And we're missing one endurance match, I believe. Endurance match 1, 2. I sure might. There we go. We gotta have endurance match number 3. That's what we need. And we can just put those 10, 11, 12 just because of the fact that those are already randomized. And so what do we do with those? We're going to stick with the same idea at 10, 30, and 50. Yeah, let's do that. Do 10, 30, and 50. And these are just going to be offsets in RAM. And we have to move it to an intermediate instead of a constant because it's large. Okay. Yeah. Mike's an odd character. Well, I mean he's not odd, but he's kind of I like it when he gets pissed off at a game. That's what I like. You know, it was a really cool dude that was on that show from time to time. I can't think of his name. It was the dude that was really good at Battletoads. And he was a real chill type of guy, and he was really good at Battletoads. I can't recall his name. I thought it was pretty cool. They got Macaulay Culkin on some of their latest ones with the Home Alone games they were playing. Man, what's his name? I'm trying to think. Oh shit. I'm drawing a blank. Man, he was good at Silver Surfer too. At NES, he was. Let's see. Oh, I don't know, man. You can do AVGN Battletoads, and you'll probably get the guy. You know what? Here we go. I'll find out for you. No, it's not that guy. It's man, I can't. Actually, let me do. Oops, I misspelled surfer. It's okay. There he is, Bootsy. Oh, Bootsy. I like watching him play. Oh, Bootsy, there he is. This dude is great at this game, dude. Turbo Tunnel, man, he nails it. Pretty good Battletoad player. Silver Surfer too. Silver Surfer has been probably has been proclaimed as probably the hardest Nintendo game ever made. Let's see, loop format, opponent list. Do, 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 do. Alright, so that should be the same. We shouldn't have to format that anymore. Yeah, I haven't played Silver Surfer myself. I never had it growing up, but I heard it's like one of the toughest, if not the toughest, Nintendo game made. Don't know, but I mean, those guys. That's all they do. That all day, all the time. So you gotta believe it. Let's see. So that should make up this list again, and then. See, randomizer. We don't want to call it randomizer. Let's call it we want to call this you know what? I forgot we had a problem with naming conventions with this with the underscore. So let's name this create test your might. What's the word? I have frequency. It's gonna be kind of long, I guess, but whatever. Create test your might ladder frequency. Ladder indexes. That's pretty much what we're doing, because our indexes we're going to call it primary ladder. The primary ladder pretty much just tells us what index to grab out of the secondary ladder, and the secondary ladder is gonna have our character ID. So I guess the easy way to look at it is the primary ladder is going to be responsible for when to insert our test your might. Is it going to be every 3 matches as standard, or will it be every 2 matches? I think we have to squeeze one more in there to get all 5 of the materials in one ladder playthrough. That's gonna be the ticket. That's what we want for increased frequency of test your might option. So let's see. So that is done. We want to return single randomizer. No, we want to return test your might frequency. Okay, so we'll name that, and then we'll go down here to what return. Okay, there it is. Underscores have a problem sometimes with listing. All right, so that's going to do our indexing. And then next we have to have at the address 132.0.0.0.0. We're going to have our actual character IDs, which will be random And for those, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 randomized IDs. The 7th will be Goro, 8th will be Shang Tsung, and then 9th one will be our character ID. So while we're on that subject, we can go here. We can take that out because we don't need to know our current ID when we're making our indexes. That's fine. But we will need, let's take this out. We don't need our test your might deal into there. Because that is just for the indexing one. And then we're going to use this one on here for our actual character IDs. We're going to randomize our IDs. So our indexes are going to be static. But the IDs within those indexes are going to be random. I had it backwards. I made our indexes as random. And that kind of did things a little backwards, which wasn't working for us. So let's do this. Let's separate this. Alright, so that is going to be, oh, wait a minute. 44, continue with test your mic. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so that's that. Alright, so let's do, we're going to I guess we don't really have to randomize. We don't have to format this. I don't know why I format this because regardless if it has dirty data, whenever you start a new game, it's going to overwrite it. Okay. So let's see. We can probably take that out of there. Are we returning our... Okay. So 5 and 6, we got to return that. So let's do A5, A6. So we're square on our stack pointer. So what do we need here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 IDs. Okay. We're gonna need our character ID and A9. Actually, let's get that out of there. We don't need that right now. We'll do it at the end. Alright, so we don't want opponent list here. We want CRAM, what was it? Random ladder list or opponent list? Just ladder list. The name convention's kind of backwards, but we'll roll with it. All right. Alright, what's A10? A10 is pulling a value here, check for dupe. Oh, you know what? That was probably... Yeah, A10 is what it was supposed to have been. Okay. Just gonna check for dupes. We don't want any dupes. And then our compare for our loop stop. Yeah, we don't want that yet. We don't need this because this is test your might. And then we're using a location as an address as our loop stop, a loop ender. We probably want to do a counter. A11. A11 coming in as increment A11. Okay, so this doesn't have a terminator at the end of it, so we can get rid of. Okay, we don't need to test your mic because that's in the other one. We don't need endurance 1, we don't need endurance 2 or endurance 3. Mirror match, we don't need that. But we will. See, let's get let's see, what do I got that started? Character ID, and we want to use, let's do 5A6. Let's do A6. So what we're doing here is we're just getting we're getting our character ID to sort for our mirror match. Runtime is not equal. And that was what are we doing there? A10? Yeah, A10. And that's the end of it. Okay, so we don't have to increment that at all. 6 and 7, 7, 8. So these are actually going to be 7 and 8 since these are right. We don't need a ladder terminator anymore. And these are going to come in right before our mirror match. And actually our index location is stored in A10, so we'll fix that. We'll fix that. Fix that. Give me 1 second, guys. I am going to get something to drink. Alright. I am back. Alright, where was I? Okay, so we made our frequency ladder indexes. Get ladder portrait name. Alright, so let's see. Part 1, we create our indexes. Part 2 is what we're doing now. This is get ladder portrait name. Indexes. We have to link this because this is create randomized list. This can be a little bit confusing at times. Alright, so all we have to do is we'll look at the endurance randomizer after we get this rolling, but get ladder portrait name. Let's see, so that would be correct now, the original way, so we will take that out of there. That's going to get our index. Let's go slide it by 4. Add it to A0, and A0 is going to have our location. Okay. A0 at this point should, I'm sorry, A2 at this point should, make this note here, should have the address of 132, what was it, 0200? Yeah, that should be right. Alright, so I think we don't, let's see, let's go back here. We don't yet want to jump back right there. In fact, we can just make this into one routine here, and we will jump back at the end of it. That should be, oh, you know what, we gotta fix our, we gotta do? We gotta fix that. So let's just do A5. It's gonna be a fat. Let's see, fight match counter. We're just gonna use as our loop counter. And we don't want this. We want to compare. Let's see. So let's start off by saying clear A5, and then we'll do not A5. And then at the end, before we write, we will do increment A5. Now. Let's see, what's our loop gonna be up to? 1, 2. 5. Okay, so 5H and A5. After 5, we're going to go for 6, index number 6, and then let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Or will be index 6, Skyangel will be index 7, and index 8 will be our mirror match. Did I get that right? Let's see. So this is going to loop check. It's going to check for dupes. Here, we have a couple loops here. We got one that's going to create our random fighter IDs, and then we got one nested inside that's going to check our duplicates. So A5 is our our fight. Actually, let's rename this. This is going to be our fighter ID creation count. And then A6 is going to be our duplicate loop counter. We're almost at that point to where we can get this in and see how it's going to run. Your match, and then okay, that's our. We don't need any of this below here. That's the old stuff that we're not going to use. I feel like we need some of this within. Let's see. We'll have to run it and find out because I'm kind of lost here between the couple routines at the moment. This is going to create a random endurance opponent. I think that's good. Put a couple space in there because that is its own routine. Actually, no, that is a part of the routine. Okay. So yeah, I remember this part. We are jumping back to 2864 get tower. Yeah, so we're jumping back. If it's randomized, we're gonna skip a lot of that stuff, but I don't think we're gonna have to do that now, because let's see. This is correct now. This is all correct. So let's see what it does. Let's see what it does. Let me get this all together so it looks good. It's original letters. Yeah, I think there's going to be some. Yeah. We'll see here. I'm just going to put it all in and see what we got, man. We got quite a bit of it addressed, but there's still some that needs to be fixed up, because I feel like we got a lot of leftover stuff that isn't used, and we're gonna have a jump or two that's not lined up. So let's see, 33 AO, we got 3460, and then our other one is 32 EO. Okay, so that's good on that. Let's build that and let's see what we got. We'll just do one step at a time. First, we'll look at our table creations and make sure those are good, and then we'll move on from that. Okay. So yeah, we got a crash here. Let's look at our tables here. Yeah, that's definitely not what we wanted, huh? We should have a static. Let's see. Create first breakpoint is right here, so let's go there and see what happens. Alright, so I'm going to check our option. Our option is on, so we're going to move A5, A6, the stack pointer. Clear A5. Edge counter, okay. A6 is going to have our test our might frequency. Wait a minute, that's... Hold on. No, we're good, okay. Okay, we're good. Ooh, that's weird. Okay, so far so good. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Okay. I see what we're doing here. Alright, so this is our problem. We got this looping in. We don't want that loop right there. We want that right there. Let's see, 3460, 32 EO. Those are all good. So let's do this. Let's get this, write this over, and try it again. See, this ladder thing, this is, man, it's kind of silly the way they did it in this game. You can tell they got a little bit more established with the way they were doing things as the games went on. Alright, so that looks, I'm just looking at the structure here. So we have 0, 1. We're totally missing 2 though. F is taking them. Okay, so F is taken 2. Okay, so let's see about that. So I'm guessing maybe a little decrementing of A11 might solve that problem. Seems like it anyways. So let's paste that, 32FO and 3470. And that's that. Let's build it and see what it does. I don't know why that keeps popping off on my other screen. It's like I have the debugger on my main screen, and then MAME itself goes on the hex editor screen. So let's see how it builds now. Alright, so we got 0, 1, test your might, 2, 3, test your might, 4, 5, test your might, 6, 7. Mirror match. Endurance. Endurance. Test your might, endurance. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then looks like we should put one right after, right before Shang Tsung. Okay. So we can easily do that. We can go and check if the last texture might is needed. If the option is on. And that'll just be move K, FH to AO, move AO into the value of, what was it, A10? Or actually A1. And then we'll just put okay, so if test your might frequency is increased, we will add a test your might right before Shang Tsung, and that will be the diamond one. And that should do that. Before we go over there, let's do a breakpoint and see if we can figure out our crash problem real fast. I know you're waiting for that, Tyrone. I like it too. We have all of the materials in the first player ladder. Alright, so now we are, let's do this. Let's put a breakpoint here, there, state, save it, and then we will check this code down here. Yep, I agree. I mean, why not, right? Chance for more points. Oh, that's our problem there. We've got A0. Now see A0 and A10. Oh, I see. Okay, so we're grabbing A at A10 to A11. We're checking for duplicates. Check. Oh, well, we don't have. That's what we need. That's what we need. That's why I had this as A9, because we actually have that inside of our loop for. Let's see. I don't think this is actually. Yeah, I don't think so. Right, so we'll take this. And then we'll come up here and we will designate A9 as our current character ID so we don't get him in our match lineup. Alright, so we've made quite a few changes here, so let's go ahead and put this in the game and get back to it. Let's see, 3370 and 34 FO. Alright, so let's get a breakpoint right about here. Okay, I see somewhat of a problem I don't see. I don't see our fifth material here. Let's see. 1, 2, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Huh. Alright, well, let's set that breakpoint. Let's see what's going on there. Alright. Saying it's off. Let's double check here, because maybe I got a setting wrong here. Original. Okay, so yeah, I do have. Okay, so I do have this one wrong up here. I got this backwards. So this would be regular test your mic frequency. This would be increased test your mic frequency. Oh, that makes sense. What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong here? Well, let's do this. Let's go up there and see what we got going on. Okay, so it's getting the right value. Oh, you know what? I'm incrementing before the comparison. I bet it makes. Actually, that's not gonna. Let's do this. So A5 is our counter. A6. Let's do. We'll do 4 and 3. That should be. That should take care of that problem. And let's go ahead and just builder again. Or Bob the Builder over here with some MK hacks. 3370 and 34 FO. Our jumps are still good. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. You guys still awake on over here? You guys watching? You guys fell asleep yet? What about you, Tyrone? It's gotta be what, 2:30 in the morning over there? Man, you're gonna have a rough day tomorrow at work. Rough day tomorrow, Tyrone. Alright, so let's get our breakpoint where we were on part 2. We'll stop that there, and then... Alright, so we go 1, 2... 3. I think that's the way it goes. Let's see, 1... Okay, 1, 2, 3... Match, 1, 2, 3, match, 1, 2... Okay, so this is... okay, so 1, 2, 3... It's our mirror match. That part's fine. Let's see. Alright, so we have a little inconsistency with our texture mites so far. Should have one right here after the mirror match. And right there. Okay, so that's... Yeah, it's 2 matches late. Not a biggie. I think what we're doing is, see, we are jumping it. We are jumping it. That's what it is. What you should probably do is continue with texture mite range. I figured out the best way to do that within this loop, or should I just do it the more static method here? We can check here if it's... Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to do that. Yeah. Not the most efficient code, but it will be correct. So we'll need one here. I just thought about something. Let's see here. Let's go into options real fast. Let's turn that on. I've never heard of Deadly Alliance one. As far as like retro cabinets, I know. Yeah, Mike's done a trilogy cabinet, and I think he did an MK10 cabinet, and maybe an Injustice cabinet. If I remember correctly. All right, so we're straightening out some mites. All right, so that would be that. Do. That'd be 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If it's okay, if it's off, then we need it. Okay, so okay, if it's off, then we need it. So jump time. If not equal, okay. So this would be this. You know, it's kind of a static method of doing it, but I mean, I feel like it's never gonna be wrong, but who knows? We'll find out. Fun fact: I thought about a trilogy on Wolf Unit. It'd be a ton of work. All right, so we've got do. Let's see what this looks like, because I'm not sure what it's going to look like with the option on or off. So let's take a look. This whole test your might frequency thing has kind of thrown a lot of extra work on this random ladder stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Oh shit, I forgot to update my jumps. I have to update my jumps. Let's see, we've got 3470 and 35 FO. Here we go. Let's try that again. Yeah, I can't wait to get this ladder thing done. You're telling me. You're telling me. Move on to something a little more interesting, because this thing kind of boring me lately. Okay, so this is going to be a save state with, I think the ladder is off, or the increased frequency is off. No, that's on. It's on still. That's okay. So we have one match, two match, test your might, one match, two match, test your might, one match, two match, test your might, two match, three match. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 test your mites. That ain't right. 0. We got 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, okay. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, test your might. 1, 2, 3, test your might. 1, 2. Test your might. So what's the, let's see. This should be endurance, Boro, and Shangsung. Okay, so that is a little off there. That one should be one more forward. So let's see, let's go down. It's 8. And then test your might is good. At 10. 30. Oh, I see here. This is wrong here. That is wrong. That probably should be a static location with it off would be right there. Oh, I'm sorry. That should be, okay, yeah, that is right. I don't know how we have it. Yeah, because it's before the last endurance match. So that's 30, and then endurance, and then we have test your might, mirror, and then 2 endurances. Mirror match, okay. Alright, so what we're looking at now is this is the normal way of the frequency of the test your might. So you'd have 3 matches, test your might, 3 matches, test your might, 3 matches, test your might. And then we should have, let's see, normally it would have, and then after a mirror it would have test your might. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, test your might, 1, 2, 3, test your might, 1, 2, 3, okay. 1, 2, 3, test your might, 1, 2, 3, test your might. Something's not lining up. I'm trying to figure this out here. Let me switch screens. You can see what I see. You can see what I see here. So we've got, maybe my brain just getting tired, but I don't see what. Okay, so we've got match. 3 matches, test your might. 3 matches, test your might. 3 matches, test your might. 3 matches. So we've got 1, 2, 3, test your might. 1, 2, 3, test your might. 1, 2, 3, test your might. And then we have 1, 2, test your might. So that's one problem there. But what looks confusing to me. 0, 1, 2, F, 3, 4, 5, F. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's our problem. We've got. Yeah, we're writing. Oh yeah, that's messed up right there. Okay, I see what it is. I see, said the blind man. We're writing Goro and that before our. That's weird. How are we writing that before? That is so weird. But we're writing our Goro and Shang Tsung right here. Huh. Okay. I see. It's gonna be it's going to be set mirror match time. That's the reason why. So we have to check and see. Okay, so if it's depends on the test your might frequency. Gotta love it. This option is just being a bear. So that's we gotta compensate for that as well. Yeah, the random ladders are pretty easy in MK3 and in MK2. You just had one thing and boom, it loaded the portraits just by character ID. Alright, so we need this option here. Man, I'll tell you what, I should just make this into a relative routine here because as much as I'm calling this, it would definitely make the code a little shorter. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, but I think they were thinking a little too much. That's what it was. Alright, so we're compensating or accounting for increased gesture might frequencies, which means we're going to have to change our loop counter. Right now it's set at 8, so this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So our mirror match should be here. And that is without frequency on. So if it's 0, okay. So I had that backwards. We want that off. So that explains that. If it's on, I have what, one extra one there maybe? That should do it, I think, because the way I'm thinking about it, with increased frequency, there's going to be 0 through 5 for your opponents. So statically, with increased frequency off, you should have 0, 1, 2, F, 3, 4, 5, F. And then the next one should be 8 because obviously we don't need index 6 and 7 yet because that's Shanghai and Goro. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 would be the counter. And if we have increased frequency, it should be 9 because it would be 0, 1, F, 2, 3, F, 4, 5, F, and then 8 right there. Okay, should be good. So let's do what we do. Let's build it and see what it does. 3500 and 3680. So we'll do that. And let's build it. And let's see what we got here. Alright, so we something's not right there because we're pulling the same numbers here. Let's take a look again. Man, with as complex as this thing's starting to be, it might be just less frustrating just to have two separate ladder or index generators depending on our test your might frequency. Hey, thanks a lot, Tyrone. Appreciate that, man. Very much. Probably not as much as you're gonna appreciate the sleep you're missing watching me, but it'll be a rough day tomorrow for you at work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make two different ladders depending on if test your might frequency is on, because this has just turned into a mess. There we go. So simple option check one time. We don't need all these option checks that we've got in there. I mean, it might even be shorter code. All right, so let's do the frequent one first. So all we have to do is we can cut this out. Let's do this. Before we do all of that, let's go ahead and let's just copy this. And then we'll just paste this here because we'll ultimately just be editing it just a little bit too. Alright, so we can get rid of that. We don't need that. We're gonna get rid of this. Let's see. And for our mirror match with increased frequency, we're going to be let's see, 0, 1, F, 0, 1, F, 2, 3, F, 4, 5, F. And then this one, so we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 is going to be our number. Let's see, I can, where are we at here? Oh, okay. Here is, Me and John met John one time. Uh, Ed made an appearance at last year's Shang Tsung Fight Night by surprise too. He didn't. It was low key, but yeah. Um, I mean, not really. I didn't even say anything about it to John when I met him. Some of the actors know about it, but you learn that most actors they don't play the game themselves. They're just they're not very good at it either. So they're they're just actors. That's what they do. All right. Let's see. This is our normal frequency, and this is our increase. Let's put a gap here because I don't want to get confused. There's some Hosung pack for you right there. All the guys are really cool. Um, really down to earth. Met him a couple times. All right, let's see. You guys might want to see that. It was a pretty fun time there. So I'll share that with you. Good times, good times. Alright, back to work here. Alright, so let's get these ladders done. This thing has been a daunting task. Do. How you doing, Arturo? Yeah, we were in Cincinnati. We did not try the Cincinnati chili. Or the, what was the other one? Gold Star? Was that the other one? Alright, so I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner, but instead of just creating them on the fly, the indexes at least, um, that's something that can be stored just statically. And that's what we're going to do. And then we'll randomize the opponents. Alright, so we've got our indexes right. All we have to do now is do the randomizing fighter IDs, which I kind of had coded already, and I just wiped all that junk just because. Actually, no, I got a backup here. We'll use this to do our randomized fighter IDs. We'll do part 3 tomorrow. So what I have to do is do that part, and that should do it. And then obviously we have to test it, and we'll do our test your mite frequencies. Maybe we'll do a playthrough and make sure we get all 5 test your mites in one ladder. Let's see. Little note there. We can probably close that because we don't need that one open. Okay. So yeah. Tomorrow I will pick up and do the next part of this. Hopefully we can get that ladder thing all situated. For this. Interesting. It appears we had a, let's see, game states, an endurance match for some reason there. Maybe. One more thing to look into tomorrow, apparently. Wonder if all the endurance opponents are going to be Kano. They are. Check that out. Okay, so we will do that as well. Put a note there. And we'll continue tomorrow on that. Quite a bit done. What do we have? About 5 hours into a stream. Yep, so that'll do it for tonight. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.